guys, and welcome to the heat session of Day 1, 2024 Victorian Age Short Course Championships. I am here on the Brisbane pool this morning with the girls for our heats, trying to qualify for tonight's final session. Kicking us off this morning, event 1, the girls 12 to 14 years, 400 metre freestyle. In the water we currently have heat 2. The girls with just under 150 metres left to swim. Apologies for the late start on the commentary this morning. Going to be a state championship event on day 1 without a few little hiccups, but we are underway here. Celine Wetzel's in lane 4, leading us through at 300 metres there. Those 3 leaders in the middle of the pool. Those nice yellow lanes in the centre. Great swim technique out in lane 9, leading us through. Bailey just starting to make a little bit of a move up now. 25 metres left to swim on this wall. She'll put herself into that first position. They come off the turn. Celine Wetzel still in second. It looks like it's going to be a perfectly timed swim by Audrey Bailey. And she'll take out heat 2 in a 5:16.07. We move on now to heat 3. Standing behind the blocks, we have 8 heats of our timed final for 400 free this morning. So our longer distance events in those timed finals, meaning our fastest placed athletes will come away with a medal from this morning's swim. 200 metre events or less, they'll be going through top 10 to race again this afternoon. This is heat 3 underway. Short course swimming, 25 metre pool. The 400 freestyle, 16 laps. We'll see these girls trying to set it up nicely with some easy speed, going through comfortably in probably the first 100 to 200 metres. And quite often we'll see them start to build through from there. Most of these athletes you'll see finding a breathing pattern pretty early on. A lot of them opting for that every second stroke. So our leaders turning in around 1:11. 300 metres left to swim. I'm liking how Casey Brand's looking in lane 8, really light on the legs early on, so she'll still have a little bit left in the tank to bring in later. across on the other side of the pool, Eve Waddell, she was out quickly. It's just settled back into a nice, comfortable, smooth stroke here. Those beautiful high elbows on the recovery. Just making sure she's not overdoing it in the early stages of a 400. So we've just had another little lead change here. Zihan Jin taking over. As the girls come through at the halfway point, 200 meters in. And we're just starting to see a few of these swimmers bring in those legs. So we see that 6-beat kick make a return. Zihan Jin in lane 7 is our leader, not far behind on the other side of the pool. Swimming out of lane 2, Eve Waddell in second. And that's very close across the board for that third place spot within heat 3. As the girls turn with 100 meters left to swim, this is the time to start making your move. You can see these girls side by side across the opposite sides of the pool, I should say, but breathing towards one another on those odd laps. As our field turns now with 50 metres to go, it is still Zihan Jin in lane 7, leading us through. Eve Waddell trying to do as much as she possibly can to make up that little gap to take out heat 3. You see the coaches start to wave their arms and legs around, telling these athletes to pick up the pace. It's closing. Girls come under the flags. Looks like Zihan's just done enough to hold on there. She's come under that 5-minute mark. That's a nice drop from her entry time of 5:10. So she'll take out heat 3, 4:58.97. Eve in second, 4:59.03. And then Lumi Bortoletto in third there, 5:04.73. And away we go, heat 4 in the water. So it's 12 to 14-year-olds, 400-metre freestyle for the women. This heat in particular, just the 12 and 13-year-olds, so we haven't seen too many 14-year-olds race just yet. Probably coming up in the next few heats.
for a lot of these 12-year-olds, this meet will mark their first ever state championships. 12 our youngest age group that races here. And at the 100-metre mark, it's those outside lanes again, doing it early on. Lane 9, Z Lee from Surrey Park Swimming Club, taking it out very strong here. Just going out in a 1:10, about a second and a half faster than the previous heat. So with these timed finals, that's what we'll see as we go through our slower heats, starting us off earlier. And that final 8th heat will have our top 10 fastest seeded or fastest entering times. And watch the girls off the wall. Those turns, such an integral part of our short course events. Could be the make or break, particularly in our smaller and shorter races. Those hundredths of a second really count. In our distance races, we're not going to be using as much of that time underwater. We want an efficient turn. So to get the most out of it from doing the least amount of work possible, making sure we get up and back racing quickly, getting plenty of oxygen in these distance races. So halfway through, Z Lee still leading us around. Maggie Zhang over in lane 2. She was in second on the wall, but these girls have just started to put the foot down at that halfway point. We'll see those middle lanes pushing their way through the field here. Zoe McCauley, Miller said, they're starting to make a little bit of ground on Z. And just as I've said that, Miller takes over the lead on that 25 metre. So they have 150 metres left to swim, 6 laps remain. This is where that fitness will really start to shine. Who's done the most work leading into these state championships. Can really lift it through this last 100. Looks like Zoe McCauley's starting to make a little bit of a play on this particular lap. She just has a quick look to the other side to see where the other girls are there before the turn. You'll see most athletes opting to breathe just to the one side, their predominant side or preferred side. But then ever so often, occasionally, they might take a little bit of a sneaky look out the other side, have a breath towards the other direction, and here she goes. Zoe brings in that big kick. You can see those beautiful white water bubbles out behind. Miller in lane 4, trying to hang in there as they come down. Final 25 metres. And you can just see these girls have really stepped it up. They've left the other ones behind, but it will be Zoe McCauley, I believe, coming down to the touch from heat 4. She'll take it out. 4:57.19, Miller said in second. 4:57.94. And Allegra Bombaghi in lane 3. She'll take third in a 5:00.16. Heat 5 underway now. 5 of 8 heats this morning. It is a timed final for our 400 metre freestyle, so those fastest top 3 times will be our medal winners for this morning. As we continue to see these outside lanes really taking it out fast in the early stages of the 400. You'll notice our middle lanes tend to have the faster entry times, and quite often they are more distance-based athletes swimming out of those middle lanes. They've swam these 400 metre events before. They know how to pace themselves, so they'll be looking to hold it off a little bit in the first half and build through. We have a lot of sprint-based athletes, some 100, 200 metre swimmers who are just starting to compete in 400 metre events. We tend to see them go out a lot quicker early on, and they just might not quite have that stamina to maintain throughout. So that's what we saw in our previous heat. Keep in mind, the 400, not a race we race every single weekend. It does require a fair bit of energy. So we also might notice that a few of the swimmers within the heats are using a time that might be a little bit older, especially these younger athletes. They can drop 10, 15 seconds off in one competition, which is pretty massive. As we get up to those older age groups, a lot more challenging to try and take off big chunks of time like that. We get to the point where 0.1 is a huge PB instead of 1 or 10 seconds. Our girls coming through to the halfway turn here. 2:21.79 is their lead out time there from Sophie Hall in lane 1, swims for Surrey Park Swimming Club. Georgie Skinner in 9. She was out quick early as well, but Alexia Legg in lane 6 just started to pick up her pace in the previous 50, pushing her way into that second place spot. And here come the girls in the middle lanes. Just starting to push through, spreading out that field. So Sophie Hall, 100 metres left to swim. Still your leader. Moving through into second was Alexia Legg. She's staying there, but coming through now, lanes 4 and 5, Amelia Grover, Madeline Regalado Jones in 5. She's pushed her way into third. We're just seeing a few of those girls, the better turns. They're getting a lot of speed off the wall each time, so making up a bit of ground every time we have a wall. But Sophie Hall in 1. She has led start to finish. It's quite a gap. I've seen it be done before, but she looks pretty in control here. She comes under the flags to turn for that final 25. The sprint for the finish in the middle lanes, but Sophie Hall takes out heat 5, 4:46.76, the fastest time we've seen swam this morning. Alexia Legg, 4:49.43 in second, and Madeline Regalado Jones in third, 4:51.81. They are your place getters from Heat 5, the top 3 times there, as we move on to Heat 6. Really smooth underwaters there from Tiffany Miette in lane 4 and Jemana Fahmy in lane 7. Both girls stayed under that little bit longer. Didn't overdo it though. Kept those kicks nice and relaxed, not too fast. And they are out quickly as well. So that field nice and close here at the 150 metre mark. Jemima Collins just 0.3 in front of Logan Shelley. But they're almost in a pretty straight line across the pool there onto those walls. As we said, not too long underwater. 1, 2 kicks and then up and swimming. Keeping their stroke nice and smooth. Looking for that good distance per stroke. So how far you can get from each pull, each arm stroke there. Something our athletes will be working on with their coaches behind the scenes. Looking for that super efficient swimming.
Just a reminder, if you could please have all of the backstroke legend volunteers down onto pool deck, please. So all of the backstroke legend volunteers. Thank you.
150 metres left to swim. Jemima Collins put her foot down in that previous 100, starting to pull away from the rest of the field here. The other girls doing their best to stick with her, try and stay on her hip. It can be quite challenging if someone makes a little bit of a move early. If you don't go with them, you might get a little bit left behind. So just 50 metres left to swim for our leaders. It is still Jemima Collins with that number 1 next to her name on the board, but India Condon did a lot of work there to stick with her. She's within arm's reach, about 0.4 between them on that turn. Here comes Hope Christian though. She was way well back early on and has just chipped away at these girls lap by lap. She's come up alongside Hannah Ristig, so she looks like she might move into third. Those girls battling it out. It's the leaders there, India and Jemima, and it will be India who gets her hand on first. 4:46.57, a little bit quicker than our previous heat. Jemima Collins in second, 4:46.94, and then Hannah Ristig just holds off Hope Christian on that final 25 to take third in a 4:47.45. We're going to see things start to heat up a little bit now as heat 7 is behind the blocks. Just 2 heats left to swim. Our top 20 seeded athletes all ready to go. Kick off with their first event of this state age short course championships. This is a 3-day championship competition. Most of these athletes will have multiple races. It isn't a first in best dress winner takes all event. Each classification is taken into consideration, so when the athlete completes their swim, their time is then compared to the world record for their particular classification. We have a point score based off those times, and then whoever is the closest to the world record for their classification is the winner. So in the field at the moment, we have a few different classifications. We have some S6s, S19s, S9s. If an athlete does have the same classification as someone else, it will be the first person who touches the wall. Their point score would obviously be higher. So there are a few little races within the race. We're also always looking for personal bests here. So this 100-metre backstroke, 4 laps of backstroke, one of these sprintier events. James Logan leading us around into the final lap. He was out pretty quick. Entry time of 1:10, turned in a 33. Definite possibility for a personal best. He does it 1:09.14. It's a nice drop from him. Hamish Keenan touching the wall in second there, 1:11.76. So he's also dropped about a second off his entry time. And then it was super close there between Evie Lee and Grace Ryder. Both girls the same classification as well. So that S19 category, 1/100th of a second between the two of them, 1:23.06 and 1:23.07. Gemma Cook now coming in to finish this 100-metre backstroke from heat 1. And her time, 2:23.46, is a 6-second personal best from her entry time. So some awesome swims this morning to kick off our 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. We are swimming out of the Brisbane pool on this live stream this morning. If you're wondering what that means, we are the only state in Australia to run a competition with 2 pools running So great if these swimmers can do personal best times in the heats this morning. Those PBs tend to set up your weekend. So if you can get that in second, 105.15. And third place, Eloise Pride, 107.92. Alrighty, girls behind the blocks now for heat 2. You can just see them taking some nice big breaths there. Setting themselves up. That focus. Up and racing quickly there, Jessie Steinman in lane 4. Got the best of the underwater. Sienna Tui, our visitor from Albury, over in lane 2, was also up pretty fast there. Out quickly. So they are our leaders. But I don't call her the rate queen for nothing. Jessie smashing out this first 50 straight onto that wall, 29.84. She's not leaving anything to chance this morning. All out. Isabel Donner in 5, starting to shift her way up into second there, trying to make up ground on Sienna Tui from lap 1. And then Eloise Ravensdale in 3, currently sitting in that 4th place spot, not too far behind either, but it's all Jessie Steinman here. She saw what Koshy did in the heat previously. She comes down to touch 102.41 for Jess there. We've got Sienna Tui touching in second, 105.70, and then Isabel Donnert, Izzy 107.20. Heat 3 of 4 in the water now. We're a lot closer on this first lap between our middle lanes here. Looked like Misha Nicholson did just get her feet on the wall first. Rihanna Chen also out quickly in lane 1, as was Claire Matheson in lane 5. They are our leaders early on. A little bit of a shift in this second 25. Misha starting to pull away. Claire trying to go with her. Rihanna still in third. As the girls come down this final 25, it looks like it will be Misha Nicholson. She is a body length in front of Claire Matheson. onto the wall, 104.62. Claire touches 107.02. And third place looks like it might be Isabel Kilbon. She's gone 110.42 to shift herself up. I'm just waiting to see. I didn't actually see Rihanna Chen touch on the wall there. Her time hasn't come up either, so to take out that fourth heat. Layla Chapman 113.41. And we just keep going with these backstroke races this morning. It is event 10 behind the blocks now. The girls 14-year-olds 100-meter breaststroke. My apologies. We are changing it up. 100-meter breaststroke now. So 4 laps sprint breaststroke. That 15-meter rope not in play in the breaststroke events. You get the opportunity to complete 1 split stroke off each wall, and however far that gets you is entirely legal. Nothing separating these girls at the 50-meter mark. Kayla enters in 3. She turned in first, 36.15, but Mia Mitchell was 36.18, so only 3 100ths between those two girls. And there's still absolutely nothing between those top 3 now. It's between Zara Olawani, Kayla Enters, and Mia Mitchell. Zara just pushing her way through on this final 25 as we come down to touch. And she will take it out 116.48, just ahead of Kayla, 116.54 from heat 1. We have heat 2 underway now. Vera Zhang in lane 4. She'll be your leader at the 50 metre, 35.27. Joanne Liu in 5, turning in second, 35.72. Not a lot's changed in that third 25. Joanne starting to push through on this final lap. Can Vera hold her off as they come down under the flags? It is just a heat swim. Only got to get a spot in the final. 115.94 from Vera, 116.16 from Joanne, and Waylon Trong in third, 117.37. Last of our circle-seated heats in the water now. We do have 5 heats overall from event 10, the girls' 14-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke. Caitlin Ord off the blocks very swiftly there. I'm not sure if that's a mistake from the start, but it does say 0.24 reaction time. Might be just the block pad getting set off a little early. Zoe Davis in lane 3 also had a quick reaction, but going out fast. Phoebe Balcom from Terralgan, as was Cassandra Isabel Boscocho. They turn into this third 25, the third quarter premiership leg. Eve Lawrence really crawling her way back into this field. She's almost shifted herself up into first. Let's see what happens off the wall. Best underwaters often make the best short course swimmers, but Cassandra in lane 7, powerhouse, storming down this final lap. Between her and Eve on the wall. Cassandra gets it 116.46, Eve Lawrence 116.53, and Caitlin Ord finishes in third there, 117.10. Girls in heat 4 in the water now. Emily McMillan swimming out of lane 5 from Bendigo Hawks Aquatic. Victorian Club of the Year for the 22-23 season. She'll lead us around 37.39. Lynn Deep in lane 6 there, sitting in second, and Ava Thickens in third. Ava Thickens looks like she's come up alongside Emily McMillan here. Down the last 5 metres of this 100 breaststroke. I think she'll get her hands on the wall first. She does, 121.29. Second, Emily McMillan, 121.74. And our 5th and final heat in the water. Just the 3 swimmers, Ruby Curl, Ingrid Brettig, and Imogen Lidgett Egan. All these girls, entry time 1:26, so they'll be looking to try and break that this morning. See if we can get a couple of 1:25s onto that board. So Ingrid and Imogen side by side, turning 1 lap left to go. Has a little bit of a look from Imi there. as they try and pick up the pace, everything you've got left into this last lap. And on to touch, and it's going to be a great personal best there. Imogen Lidgett-Egan, 123.33. Ingrid Brettig, 124.18. Both those girls absolutely smashed that 126. So what a way to set up these championships. Drops like that, that's all we can ask for from our athletes. So we turn our attention to event 12 behind the blocks here. One of my favourite short course events, the 200 metre individual medley. This is the 13-year-old girls. We have 6 heats of 13-year-old girls in this event this morning. Victorian record held by Lily Kosh, who we saw race just before. The 200 IM is 50 metres of each stroke, 50 butterfly, 50 backstroke, 50 breaststroke, and then 50 freestyle in a short course pool. Those turns, super, super important, particularly the ones where we transition from one stroke to the next. You want to maintain that momentum. You don't want to be slowing down going into the wall, because the positions in this race and within the field can just change so rapidly depending on people's strengths and weaknesses. Now we are seeing Lucy Ma in lane 4 put on a bit of a show for us today. She's got about 2 metres on the other girls here early on. The breaststroke leg tends to be the one where we see the field change the most. If you aren't a super strong breaststroker, you can get caught fairly easily. We also notice a lot of differences on that turn there, the backstroke to breaststroke turn. You've got a few different options. So the more recent, or the one that's sort of most dominant on an international stage, I would say at this point, is that crossover turn. But you can also do those backflips or just a regular bucket open touch turn. Any of those are legal turns. The main ruling is when you finish the end of the backstroke, so when you complete the backstroke leg, you must still be on your back. So Lucy Ma remains our leader. Big gap between her and Lucy is the name to have in this heat. Lucy Reid there in lane 3 turns in second. Super close between Maisie Graves and Leona Low-Hermans from 5 and 6. Those girls battling it out. They will be trying to get their hand on the wall, probably in that 3rd place spot. That's where you want to be for a chance at making the final. 4th leaves it a little bit too open into the air. But Lucy Ma, great swim. 2:22 flat this morning. Having a bit of a giggle at her entry time being 2:23 flat. She's the queen of 00. Lucy Reid in second, 2:29.80. And Maisie Graves in 2:33.07. Now keep an eye on that time from Lucy, 2:22. The record, the Victorian record, is only 3 seconds faster. So if you get a little bit of adrenaline in a final as a 13-year-old, 3 seconds isn't a massive, massive amount to try and drop off. She might have a bit of a shot of that this afternoon, depending on how heavy her program is today. A few more great athletes coming up, though. In the next heat, we've got Kira Jeffs in 4. She took out that 400 freestyle just earlier this morning. So already backing it up, as is Tiffany Miette. She was also in that 400 freestyle. And Arabella Johnson. So the 3 girls in the centre lanes here. This is their 2nd race of the morning. Kicked us off with a 400 freestyle, backing it up with a 200 IM. They are tough cookies, these athletes. with Kira Jeffs leading us through those middle lanes this morning, really taking it out hard, getting a nice gap on the rest of the girls. I will keep an eye on Arabella. She has a really great breaststroke leg. Got Audriana David next to her, sitting in second. So they are our top three. Not far behind is Tiffany Miette and Simone Way. But this is kind of that make or break leg, the breaststroke. You can either make up a lot of ground or have your ground broken. So Kira holding on to that lead. Arabella really closing the gap. We tend to see whatever distance between the athletes at the conclusion of the breaststroke nearly doubles going into the freestyle, just with that change of speed. So you want to be as close as possible on that turn. Kira Jeffs just breathing towards Arabella Johnson there, has a bit of a look, sitting in that first place spot quite comfortably. I don't think she's going to do anything crazy on this last lap to try and post a super fast time. Just wants to have a nice cruisy swim this morning, get herself ready for finals tonight. So she'll come down onto that touch there, 225.86. Arabella in second, 228.83. And third place will be Audriana David, 233.37. As heat 3 of 6 hits the water now. This is the girls 200 metre individual medley for 13-year-olds. Looking for that nice smooth butterfly leg in the IM. You don't want to overdo it. There's still 350s left to complete after this first leg. The smoother that fly can be, the easier the rest will come, as Madeline Harvey leads us around just ahead of Yaralan Wang. Both those girls going out in a 31. Maddie Harvey putting together a beautiful backstroke leg here, just pulling away. There was only half a second between the two leaders at the first 50. That gap is going to have widened a little bit here. It's a quick turn, 107.4, so 2-second gap now. Let's see who out of this group has the best breaststroke. Pushing their way into third here. It's a nice little battle between Ruby Moore and Ariana Mijak. But it is Maddie still leading. She'll come down to turn for the freestyle. Last 2 laps. Yaralan in second there still. Looks like Ruby Moore will turn in third. And the girls here onto their final 25. That blissful feeling, 1 lap left of a 200. Maddie looks like she's just kind of switched off in this freestyle. relaxed onto the wall. 226.46 for Madeline Harvey. 229.61 for Yaralan. And in third, it will go to Ruby Moore. 234.69. This is heat 4. Good start there by Z Lee in lane 5 of Surrey Park. Taking it out pretty quickly as well, Rebecca Barclay in lane 7. Abigail Yeo in lane 4, just starting to push herself up into that first place spot at the halfway point of this 200 IM. Rebecca Barclay sitting in second, so she maintains her position. Nice in this breaststroke. But charging up that first lap there of the breaststroke was Lucy Pascoe over in lane 2. She's got a super powerful breaststroke on her. Just driving forward. She's almost going to catch up to Abigail Yeo here after turning about 2.5 seconds behind. So that's how much difference a solid breaststroke leg can make. And she will. 2:02.94 for Lucy as the girls turn into the freestyle leg. Who's got more left in their tank? Looks like Abigail. She shot off from that turn. Brought in that big, fast 6-beat kick. Nice white water out behind. They are the two to beat from heat 4. And down to touch there, Abigail 238.91, Lucy 240.70, and Eve Waddell finishes in third from heat 4, 241.23. Quick start from lane 1, Lily Goodman. Nice looking butterfly from her, leading us through, not too far behind, Ruby McRae and Maggie Fisher. Both girls in these purple caps on the far side of the pool, South Gippsland Bass. Bit of country swimming club representation, Lily on the other side, Warrnambool Swimming Club. those outside lanes, keeping their momentum coming through as they turn at the halfway mark. Lily Goodman still the leader over in lane 1, not far behind Maggie Fisher in lane 9. So lots and lots of action from the outside. Ruby McRae starting to bring herself back into this race with the breaststroke leg, as is Taryn Aldred over in lane 0 from Geelong. She's having a really nice 50 breaststroke here as well, but Lily is still your leader. She's done it from start to finish. Can she hang on in this final 50? Hannah Higgins trying to bring herself into this race in the freestyle leg. She might have waited a little bit too late though. Lily Goodman has this one all wrapped up from start to finish. 240.55. Maggie Fisher in second, 242.51. And Hannah Higgins touches in third from heat 5 in a time of 244.57. Storming home in that last lap. Which moves us on now to heat 6. This is our 6th and final heat of the girls' 13-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. Just 4 athletes racing in this heat. We have Estella Aris, Scarlett Gilmore, Jamie Bowe and Anne Carpenter. Lane 4, Scarlett. Beautiful butterfly leg from her. She comes down to touch. She will turn us into the backstroke first. 34.97. Following behind was Anne Carpenter, 36.1. The girls in this heat, all entry times around that 2:49, 2:50 mark. Let's see what they can do this morning. It was a good backstroke leg by Jamie B in lane 5. Made up a lot of ground there, bringing it into a bit more of a 3-athlete race at the top end. Scarlett, best of the underwaters and turns from back to breaststroke though. Came out half a body length in front just off that element itself. And it was a great breaststroke leg from her as well. So she'll turn into the freestyle in first. Nice gap there on the other girls. Anne Carpenter turns in second. Jamie B in third. It's a good breaststroke from Estella Aris as well over in 3. She's brought herself back into the race. But it is all Scarlett here. This is going to be a big drop in time. As she comes down, finishes it off, 2:44.89, 5-second personal best. Great job, Anne in second, Jamie in third. Event 14 in the water now. This is the girls' 12-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats of our 12-year-old girls in the water. Heat 1 out quickly. Arabella Scott from Melbourne Swimming Club. Super strong butterfly leg from her here. Cecilia Jintong Yang in lane 4 in second early on. But it will be Arabella, 32.53. Lots of raw talent from Arabella. Had the opportunity a couple of months ago to do a little bit of work with these Melbourne Swimming Club state level girls. Got such a great group going on there at the moment. Some super young athletes really wanting to perform well and train hard, which is really difficult to find in junior swimmers sometimes. So really good from those girls. Lucy Dolan in 5 though. Beautiful backstroke. Look at those smooth arms. We find that the fastest swimmers always make it look super easy. Let's see what happens in this breaststroke leg. Lucy still looking great. Has a bit of a look across to see where Cecilia is. She's not too far behind. But onto the freestyle, Lucy Dolan in 5. Swimmer from St Leonard's College. It's going to be a big margin for Cecilia to try and make up here. Don't think she's going to do it this morning. All these girls, the opportunity to come back and race again tonight in that final if your time is within the top 10 from heats. So that is the goal. And then our state medalists come from those finals this afternoon. So Lucy Dolan 2:35.02 takes out heat 1. Cecilia Jintong Yang 2:39.39. And then in third place it will be Maya Zhang. Her time hasn't quite registered on the board. Fortunately, we use a system called Hawkeye here at our Victorian State Championships. It's a series of cameras located around the pool that all do our timing for us. So you might notice we have no timekeepers. It is all done through those Hawkeye systems. So we have those backup timing in place. When it doesn't pop up on the board, that's okay. We still have those times. Heat 2 of 4 in the water now. See a couple more of these athletes who raced earlier. Aria went in lane 6. Out very fast. Going with her, Astrid Buchanan from Ballarat and Kimberly Chen from Melbourne Swimming Club. Those girls looking really nice after the butterfly leg. Doesn't look like they've overdone it too much. Getting plenty of oxygen in, choosing to breathe every stroke or every second stroke. Always a smart move. Zara Barr in lane 4, just starting to shift up in this backstroke. She's come through. She'll probably get her hand on the wall, I imagine, second or third here. It's going to be between her and Kimberly. Looks like second. And she just has a little bit of a look over to see where Astrid Buchanan was there as she came off that breaststroke, split stroke. I love these younger athletes. They're still learning how to race. And they're so competitive as well, so you've got to have a cheeky look at where the person next to you is. So Astrid Buchanan, she's come out under the flags, ready to turn into that freestyle leg. She's our leader. Zara Barr in second, Kimberly Chen in third. Not far behind, Aria went in lane 6, sitting in fourth. 50 metres left to swim. Put the pedal to the metal. Let's go, girls. We just see Astrid come off that wall with that big kick brought into play into this final 25. Keeping it relatively smooth on the arms, so bit of a shake out of the legs. She'll hold on to that first. 234.64 Zara, 235.79, and Kimberly 239.05. That one minor difficulty with running two pools. We cannot start both races at the same time. So the girls, they're just having to wait for the boys in our Los Angeles pool to get underway. And that brings us to heat 3. So heat 3 of 4 in the water now. This is our third of our circle-seated heats. So those fastest athletes still in the middle of the pool. A powerful butterfly leg from Amelia Luo in lane 7. Another one of those Melbourne Swimming Club 12-year-olds. She'll get her hands on the wall first. Turns into 31. Not far behind, Mia Huang in lane 4. She's from Southeast Swimming. Those two leaders still sitting out in front, looking strong as we come down to turn into the breaststroke leg. Some nice crossover turns there. Mia Huang, probably the better of the underwaters off the wall. But Amelia just going strength to strength in this 200 IM. She was out strong, she's held on. Doesn't look like she's slowing down too much either. We've just seen Zihan Jin in 5 start to shift her way up in the breaststroke. So it's 4 and 7. They're going to come down under the flags and turn very similarly into the freestyle. Just 0.35 between them. But Amelia breathing towards Mia. Has a bit of a look onto that wall. There's still nothing between these two girls. Everything you've got left on this final 25. It's going to be close. It looks like Mia might just have it sped up into that finish. 2:33.78. Amelia in second, 2:34.04. That is a big drop for her. About 11 seconds off. Not bad. I'll take that. And then in third place, Zihan Jin, 2:38.27. Heat 4 underway now. This is our fourth and final heat of the 12-year-old girls 200-metre individual medley. 4 athletes only in this field. Scarlett Siddles, Joelle Cruz, Ivy Zhu and Ali Lamb. Scarlett Siddles there, turned in first, 34.48 for the butterfly leg, pushing through into the backstroke now. Joelle Cruz, Ivy Zhu, pretty much side by side at this point in the race. So all of these girls' entry times are within about a second of one another, around that 2:52, 2:53 mark. Scarlett still our leader. Joelle in second. Ivy third. Ali fourth. Ali was so relaxed in that butterfly and she's just gradually making her way back through. Let's see if she can make up any more ground in this breaststroke leg. So it's been a nice breaststroke from Ivy. Scarlett still remains our leader, but she's pushed herself into second there. And the girls come into their final 50 now. The 50 freestyle, the best feeling in the world. That last 50-metre leg of the IM. And on to touch there, Scarlett, 2:49.09, Ivy, 2:52.54, Joelle, 2:52.96, and Ali, 2:58.33 to round out our girls 12-year-olds 200-metre individual medley for this morning. Those top 10 athletes coming back for finals this afternoon. And then we will move along now to a little bit more splash and dash here. We go on to event 18. This is a girls 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle, so the shortest race on our program at these state age championships. Most of these girls are going to be finishing this race for the next 6 heats in under 30 seconds. So it's a quick one. Our fastest heat out first, Alicia Clark, quickest qualifier, 25.72. Pretty cool that our all-comers record is actually held by Kate Campbell from 2008. So we've had some pretty impressive athletes come through and race at our Victorian State Championships. Up and racing quickly was India Peleg in lane 5 from MLC, but here comes Clarkey through on that second 25. Jessica Whiting looks like she's sitting in third as they touch the wall. It will be that order, 26.20 for Clarkey, 26.62 for India, and Jessica in 26.69. That is heat 1 and done. Heat 2 up and racing quickly was Ellie Morgan out in lane 7, the swimmer from Geelong. She absolutely shot off those blocks. As we come off that turn, looks like Gabrielle King, best of the underwaters there. Not far behind her, it was Jennifer Lane in lane 3. So those two look to have this heat first and second. Gabrielle 26.72, Jennifer 26.99, and third will go to Brooke Briscoe 27.37. And behind the blocks is event 18, heat 3. If we point our attention to lane 3, that's Sophie Jacker, and today is her birthday. So 50 freestyle, not such a bad race to be swimming on your birthday, but happy birthday, Sophie. As the girls get underway, those middle lanes were up and racing very quickly. Sophia Balan in 4, out like a rocket, not far behind. Eve Anderson in 5. Sophie great underwater on the turn there, pushed herself into second, but Eve Anderson absolutely smashing out this second 25. Sophia Balan is going to touch in first, 26.37. Eve Anderson 26.70, and then Sophie Jacker in third, 26.9. Heat 4 underway here. It's a quick start from Olivia Flight in lane 7. She's got about half a body length on the girls side by side to her in this fourth heat. Can she hold on to touch? She does, 28.85. Not far behind on the other side of the pool, Eliza Connolly, 28.99. And then to round out heat 4 was Skylar Wallow in lane 9, 29.03. Girl from the Northern Territory. And Salia White here in lane 5, pushing through from heat 5. Rose Vaughan looks like she's sitting in second, coming through now, Emily Crellin. And that's the way it's going to be onto the wall. 28.46 for Salia, Rose 28.73, and Emily in 28.85. And our sixth heat, sixth and final one. Quick start by Charlotte Anderson out of lane 6. Feet fast onto that wall. You can almost spot a good freestyle tumble turn by the speed in which those feet hit the wall. You can hear it on these touch pads as they come down into the finish. Bridie Walsh looks like she might just get there first, but no, it's going to be a draw there. Charlotte Anderson, Bridie Walsh, 29.24. Event 20 in the water now. This is the girls 15-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats, and underway is heat 1. Your fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4, Sienna Tui, our visitor from Albury. We'll get to our fastest Victorian qualifier swimming out of heat 2 in that lane 4 spot. So Sienna Tui, definitely a name to keep your eye on over the next few years. She just narrowly missed a spot on the Olympic team this year at just 15 years of age. We've seen her break a few of our national age group records, some of them belonging to the likes of Liesl Jones. And this is why, watch this breaststroke leg. She is so dominant. Chloe Burke sitting in second. She's a great breaststroker as well, but Sienna Tui just makes everyone else look slow. And she'll turn into that freestyle leg. Quite a distance on the other girls. Chloe Burke still sitting in second, Ava Candy in third, Yuxi Liu over in lane 0 having a great swim from an outside lane. She's in fourth. If she can post a time fast enough, those fourth place spots still have a chance of making it into that final, scraping in one of those outside lanes. But this one is going to go to Sienna Tui as she comes down. 5 metres left to swim. The time will be a 2:17.98. 2:17.98 for Sienna. Chloe Burke touches in second, 2:27.15, and Ava Candy in third, 2:29.44. Got heat 2 in the water now. Girls looking nice and relaxed in this butterfly. Jessie Steinman there turning in first. Jiu Seo in 3, turns in second. And then Tori Clare over in 6, sitting in third. So great backstroke leg there from Jessie. Into the breaststroke here. Not a lot of changes. Very even across this breaststroke leg. No one's really putting in too much of a standout swim. As we come down, it will be Jessie, still your leader, turns into the freestyle. Jiu is going to turn in second. And then Bronwyn Zheng out in lane 8. just ahead of Tori Claire after that leg. Not a lot in it for that third spot. So those girls battling it out. As we come down now, it will be Jessie taking out heat 2, 224.00. Giucio in second there, 229.66. And then Bronwyn Zheng, 233.83, will be third from heat 2 as we move along to heat 3 of 4. Nice turn there from Emerson Hogan in lane 5. They all went into the wall even. She came out in front by about half a body length just on that underwater butterfly kick. She'll lead us around at the 50-metre turn. Zoe Schneider in second and Misha Nicholson in third. Now we know Zoe has a pretty good breaststroke leg on her. Definitely be watching out for her in that third 50. Misha pushing herself through in that backstroke leg. Both girls in the lead, choosing that same just open touch turn there. Let's see what damage might happen in this 50 breaststroke leg. Already Zoe Schneider starting to close that gap. No real surprise there. Emerson, just a little bit of a look to her right on the turn. See where Misha Nicholson is. These girls will know in the back of their mind what they kind of need to do around the time they need to swim to be able to qualify for the final. They've seen the last two heats, so they know the standard that's been set. So Emerson still in the lead. Misha holds on to second. Oh no, she slowed down right onto that wall. So it will be Zoe who just touches in front there. But Misha Nicholson starting to recharge onto this final 50. Emerson just too good on this freestyle. Great distance background from her. And picking up that pace down with 10 metres left to swim. It's going to be a fast time. Just slightly ahead of the heat before. So 223.75 from M. 229.50 for Misha, and then in third, Zoe, 232.88. Some more 200-metre individual medleys. It's our final heat, heat 4 of the 15-year-old girls. Just the 3 swimmers in heat 4. Madison Hayward, Kaylee Faulkner, Ella McKee. These girls sitting around that 242. Let's see what they can do. So Kaylee Faulkner leading us through halfway into the backstroke. She's got a nice lead on Ella McKee. All right, it's starting to get a little bit closer in this breaststroke. Madison Haywood pushing through that field. She shifted herself from third into second, and she's come up alongside Kaylee here. And now moving herself into the lead, so we'll see if anyone can challenge in the freestyle, but Maddie Haywood looking the goods at this point in time. She'll turn there, 2:02. And down the final straight, 10 metres left for Madison Haywood. Great second half of this 200 IM. She just lay in wait until that breaststroke, and it's paid off with the 3-second personal best there. 2:39.45. Kaylee in second, 2:41.94, and Ella in third, 2:45.68. To finish off our 15-year-old girls 200 metre individual medley, as we have now behind the blocks event 22. This is the girls 14-year-olds 200 metre individual medley, and in this event we have 4 heats. If we look across these heats, there's going to be some fast swimmers going into tonight's final, and it should be pretty close by the looks. Our 2 top qualifiers, Lucy Doyle and Zali Snyders, just 0.2 separates their entry times, so not a lot over an event that spans 8 laps in our short course pool. So Lucy Doyle, 30.7, leads us around just behind Hannah Buchanan, and then Mia Mifsud in 5. Lucy Doyle still looking super strong. We're seeing a little bit of a shift in our placings for these minor positions out of Heat 1. We've got Vera Zhang, Lily Chan, Mia Mifsud all on this side of the pool, very close in time on that turn. As on the other side of the pool, Hannah Buchanan still having a great swim, but catching up to her is Madison Brown. So there's not a lot between those 5 athletes at all as we come down to turn into the freestyle leg. We'll see who can bring it home, get themselves a spot into this final tonight. But I can guarantee you Lucy Doyle will be there unless there's a disqualification, because she is about 10 metres in front of the other girls here into her final 25. It's going to be a great heat swim. Her entry times are 2:21.29. Now, just to be aware, the record for this event is 2:17.02. She's right on that PB here this morning. So 2:21.56 for Lucy. Will be Mia Mifsud who finishes in second there, 2:31.01. And then super close for third, but Lily Chan gets it there, 2:32.42. So a nice little personal best for Lily as well.
And Melbourne Swimming Club, please. On the pool deck to the result runners for Melbourne and Portville. Thank you.
Heat 2 in the water now. Fastest qualifier in this heat, Zali. Her entry times are 2:21 as well. Macy Smick over in lane 2. Looking the goods in this butterfly leg, as is Ella Yap. Both those Surrey Park girls going out very quick. Good underwater from Zals. In lane 5 next to her, Kayla having a really good swim.
Could we please have the following swimmers over to the medal presentation area for event 2, event 1, the water event freestyle. Thomas Coppins from Ringwood, Oliver Seeley from Flyers, Jack Hayes from Surf Coast.
And that's proved to be a great backstroke leg from Zali, moving up through that field. Now with about a 2-second lead. Kayla sitting in second there in lane 5. She's a good little breaststroker as well, so I expect this to be a good leg from her. And we're just seeing Joanne Liu start to make a little bit of a move from lane 3 as well.
From St. Leonard's College, Zara Barr from Caulfield, Jemana Farmy from Nunawading, Kira Jeffs from Yarraville Waves, Arabella Johnson from Geelong, and Alison Wang from Melbourne.
So based off entry times, I might have thought Zals could have had a bit more of a lead coming into this turn, but Kayla absolutely smashing out her heat of the 200 IM. They are neck and neck. Kayla actually gets her hands on in front. We know Zali's super strong freestyler, though it's going to be a hard one to get in front of in this last 50. She's definitely not going to want to touch in second here. Very competitive girl. As they come down, 25 metres left to swim. Looks like it's going to be just a little bit slower than heat 1. That would be Lucy's finishing time just there. 2:26.59 for Zali, 2:29.48 for Kayla. And then Joanne in third, 2:33.24, and that is our top 3 from heat 2. As we get ready now for heat 3 of our 14-year-old girls 200 IM. Lane 4, Caitlin Ord putting it out strong early on in that middle lane, leading us through for the butterfly, 30.24. Waylon Trong in 5. She turns in second, and then it's close for third between Emily Theophanous Madison and Ella O'Brien over in lanes 2 and 3.
Say coach.
Into the turn here. No real changes to our leaders after the backstroke. Caitlin still body length in front, pushing through in this breaststroke. Ella O'Brien over in lane 2, just picking up the pace a little bit in this breaststroke, shifting herself into second. Amelie coming through nicely as well. So those girls have overtaken Waylon in the third 50 of this 200, but Caitlin Ord still your leader. Flicks those feet over onto the final turn. And it looks like it will be Caitlin Ord. She's led start to finish here. She put it out there strong, and she's maintained that time. 2:27.94. Ella O'Brien, 2:30.84. And Amelie Theophanous Madison in third, 2:31.97. And that brings us through to our fourth and final heat. Fourth and final heat of girls 14-year-olds 200 IM. Up and racing quickly, lane 1, Ariana Buta from Ivanhoe Swim. She's getting out quickly, as was Mika Thapa, also from Ivanhoe. So those Ivanhoe girls in the outside lanes, pushing through quickly in that first 25. Zoe Behrens in that middle lane, lane 4, starting to shift her way into that first place spot in the backstroke leg. It was a nice turn though from Madison Baker. She's really upped that stroke rate here. And just absolutely charging down to turn at the halfway mark. Go into the breaststroke. Madison Baker remains in the lead. Zoe Behrens not far behind, starting to push. Priscilla Lynn also in the race, in the mix here.
400 metre freestyle. In third place from Nunawading, Jemana Farmi. In second place from Caulfield Aquatics, Zara Barr. And in first place with a time of 4 minutes 42.76 from St. Leonard's College, Lucy Dole.
.25 meters left to swim here. Zoe Behrens is the leader, not far behind. Wei Liu in 6th. And Mika Thapa absolutely smashing down the pool in this final 25. She might actually take over the lead here. It's going to be close between her and Zoe. They have a bit of a look towards one another, hand on the wall. And it will be Madison Baker. She gets there first, 2:42.23. Zoe in second, 2:42.40, and then Mika 2:42.54. So super close finishes from our fourth and final heat there. as we mix up our events again. Here we go to event 24. This is the girls' 13-year-olds 100-meter breaststroke. In this event this morning, 6 heats on the blocks now. It's heat 1.
Medal presentation for event 2, the boys 12 years, 400-meter freestyle. In third place from Surf Coast, Jack Hayes. In second place from Florida Swim Team, Oliver Seeley. And in first place with a time of 4 minutes 35.87 from Ringwood, Thomas Hopkins.
So it's Leona Low-Hermans turning in a 35.30, leading us through at the halfway point, and she's pushing ahead even further in this third 25. Got that nice high stroke rate, a little bit better for those 100-meter events. We tend to see, as the breaststroke distances get further, a bit more of a glide on our swimmers. Sitting in second is Kasia Lockwood, and in third, Amelia Grover. As the girls come down to touch the time there, 1:15.6 for Leona, Kasia 1:17.92, and Amelia 1:18.59.
In second place from Wodonga City, Paris O'May. And in first place with a time of 4 minutes 10.63 from Terrelgan, Pony Sen.
Girls in heat 2 underway. Some nice long split strokes and underwaters from those outside lanes. Girls coming up well off the start. Elsa Wang looking very strong though from lane 5. She's out quickly. Already establishing themselves as we come into the 50-meter turn. Imogen Murray, she's up there. Arabella Johnson might get her hands on first for the turn. Elsa in second. She's held on to that speed from lap 1.
The third place Victorian from Melbourne Swimming Club, George Silver. The second place Victorian from Nunawading, Yingzi Jake. In first place from
Turning into that final 25, and Arabella is going to be our leader. Elsa still sitting in second. Not a lot of changes to those top 3 placings. Imogen Murray in third. Isabella Lynch sitting in fourth. She's trying to push her way through up into third, but she's not going to get there in time. It will be Arabella Johnson who takes out heat 2, 1:18.02. Elsa in second, 1:18.72, and Imogen in third, 1:19.21. So heat 3, and in racing, Lucy Ma leading us, Lucy Reed next to her. These two girls end up side by side so often. It's always very interesting when you race someone over and over. Quite often your times end up pretty similar. girls there into the wall. Lucy Ma first onto the touch, 35.99.
Medal presentation for medal one.
A lot of action from those middle lanes.
In third place for Melbourne Swimming Club, Elsa Wayne. In second place from Geelong Swimming Club, Arabella Johnson. And in first place with a time of 4:19.94 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Kira Jeffs.
So Lucy Ma just looks really great down this final lap. It's still super smooth. She's not overrating. She's holding that water nicely. She's going to take out heat 3 in a 1:16.11. That's a pretty fast time this morning. 1:17.31 by Lucy. And then Maisie Graves in third, 1:21.19. Nice little nod and smile from Maisie there. Happy with that swim this morning. Setting the pace from heat 4 was Kathy Kai out in lane 8. Swimmer from Ivanhoe Aquapower. Going out fast with her in lane 3, Charlotte Kelly from Furbank Aquastars. And then just coming through on this second 25, Chiara Ruggiero in lane 7. So they are our leaders at halfway. We'll see who can bring home this second 50.
In third place from Surrey Park, Aurico Adegno. In second place from Unawatting, Lucy Doyle. And in first place with a time of 4:21.65 from Geelong, Zali Schneiders.
So final turn, those 3 girls remain your lead group out in front. Charlotte Kelly looking smooth. Kathy picking up that rating down this final 25. I don't think it's quite going to be enough. Charlotte Kelly, 1:22.11. She'll take out heat 4. Kathy in second, 1:23.56. And Chiara in third, 1:24.66. And absolutely flying out in heat 5 is Genevra Carabina in lane 5 from Caulfield. Trying to go out quickly with her was Vivian Van from PLC and Charlotte Mitchell in lane 4. Those girls setting out a quick pace early on. Their entry time sitting around a 1:25, 1:26. They've gone out in 37s and 38s, so they've definitely given themselves some wiggle room to try and improve on their personal best this morning. But it will be Genevra who finished first there. 1:22.54, nice little personal best for her. Charlotte Mitchell in second, 1:23.28, and Vivian Van in third, 1:23.29 to close out heat 5. And we go on now to heat 6. This is our 6th and final heat. Behind the blocks in lane 5, you'll see Bessie Pringle. It is Bessie's birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Turning 13 today. Best of luck in your 100 breaststroke here, Bess. It's a personal best again from James Logan. He is on fire today. 2:30.92. It's a 4-second drop. And then Sean just coming down under the flags now. Just slightly over his time. So 2:45.43. Evie Lee, the first of our females in Heat 2 to touch the wall. 2:58.17. It's a little drop for her as well. I love seeing people do personal best swims. That's the real reason we're all here at the end of the day. It's the reason you go to training, sometimes multiple times a week. Our better athletes looking around that 7 or 8 swim sessions a week mark in those age groupers. Even those little 12-year-olds are going to be doing about 5 swims a week. So there's a lot of commitment involved in the sport of swimming. As I'm sure most of the people watching at home are parents and family and friends, you'll have some sort of idea. Our final 2 athletes now coming into the wall. Awesome job, guys. That moves us right along to event 30. We continue with some more 200-metre individual medleys. This time it's the girls 17, 18-year-olds. We have 3 heats in this event this morning. So fastest qualifier in this event is swimming in lane 4 right now, Alana Torrance of MLC Aquatic. Her entry time 2:14.73. She's on a little bit of a reduced training load at the moment with school. Got to catch up with her at State Open Short Course Championships a couple of weekends ago. Had a nice little chat about what the future holds. Always really cool listening to what these guys do outside of their swimming. So Alana telling me she might want to study pharmacology, which is pretty interesting. A lot of our swimmers have a lot of intelligence, these skills they develop throughout their training load, that discipline really follows through into their everyday life as well. So good on you girls. Alana is currently leading us by about 5 metres. Romy Hurd sitting in second. It's a good swim from lane 0, Jade King. She's been out pretty quick at the first half. These breaststroke girls starting to make a little bit of ground up now. Kate Lewina, she's had a really good breaststroke leg here. She's not far behind Romy Hurd now, sitting in third, but it will be all Alana Torrance as she comes down to turn into that final 25 of freestyle, looking super comfortable. Very chill. It's a nice heat swim for her. Can see the girls in the next heat just having a little bit of a look up onto that scoreboard, see what time they need to match or where they need to be to make sure they get a spot in the final. But 2:19.65 is the time set by Alana. Romy there 2:23.96 and Kate Lewina 2:29.14. So lanes 4 and 5 leading us through at the end of the butterfly legs. Stella Salomone in 5 from MLC, touches in first, 29.77. Dakota Mathers in 4. It's a nice turn there from Stella. In and out very quickly, but Dakota starting to make a little bit of ground up in this breaststroke leg. It's a race of 4. Lanes 4 and 5 out in front. 3 and 6 not too far behind. Ashley Dunn having a good breaststroke leg here as well. Just pushing her way in front of Celeste Alice on this particular lap. But it will still be Stella as we come down to turn into the freestyle. Dakota, lots of distance freestyle background. I know she's got the fitness. Whether or not anyone wants to make a real move in the heats though, lots of these girls will have a few more events on their program this morning, so if you can conserve a bit of energy and still know you're going to get a spot in that final, it's definitely worth doing. Not a lot of distance between these two girls now. Stella's still in front. Dakota might get a hand on the wall first. Not quite. 1.71 Dakota out heat 2. Just the one heat left to go. A couple of athletes missing from this third heat. That opens up a few extra lanes for tonight's final. Jess Wilson's going to be doing it by herself in the middle of the pool here. Jess just returning from those Junior Pan Pacs Championships up in Canberra, where she swam the 200 IM as one of her events. So not really surprising. Isabella Osborne led us around in a 28.26 in the butterfly leg. Great 100 flyer, great 200 flyer, great 50 flyer. Here comes Jess, backstroke specialty swimmer, pushing her way through into the lead. they've got quite a gap on the rest of the field at the halfway mark. It's like Imogen Nolan sitting in third there. Jess Wilson got that super still head in that breaststroke there. As she turns now for the freestyle leg. Imi Nolan made up a lot of ground on Isabella Osborne in the breaststroke, as did Sophia Hogg. She shifted herself up that field well and truly. So it all comes down to this final 50. And as we come now onto the wall, the time 2:22.32 for Jess Wilson. Izzy Osborne 2:27.23 and Imi Nolan 2:30.53. To finish up our girls 17-18 years 200 metre individual medley. Behind the blocks, event 32. This is the girls 16-year-olds 200 IM. We have 4 heats in this event. Fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4, Michaela Larkin of Cheltenham. Her entry time 2:20.07. Got that nice little power pose behind the blocks. We are ready to go. Annabelle Jorgensen in lane 6, up and racing fast in the butterfly leg, swimming for Bayside Swimming Club. It's a good underwater off the turn. Still Annabelle in first. She was out 29.93. McLarkin in 4 in second. And then Sophia Balan in 5, sitting in third. And we've just seen our first lead change. So Michaela Larkin now taking us out into the breaststroke. Annabelle still in second. Sophia third. Eliza Connolly in fourth. That top 4. Got a little bit of a break between them and the rest of the girls in the field. But Mac's looking pretty good here. She'll come in to turn into the freestyle. We'll expect this lead to get a little bit further. The change in pace here. Eliza Connolly, great breaststroke leg from her. She's shifted into second. Can she hold on through this freestyle? We know Sophia Balan, great 50-metre freestyler as well. So a bit of action between the girls in 5 and 6. Annabelle's just put the absolute motor on. Where did that energy come from, girl? As we come down the final 25, Michaela looks like she's just kind of switched off here, cruising into the wall, has a bit of a look to each side, makes sure she touches in first, 2:25.93. Annabelle Jorgensen in second, 2:27.11. And then Sophia Balan in third, 2:27.33. Heat 2 underway now, and there were some long underwaters from lanes 4 and 6, Judy Hussain-Aman and Chloe Reeder. Those girls really taking advantage of this short course pool. The longer you spend under the water, the less time you're using your arms and swimming. Save that energy for the last 50. Jessica Whiting, sneaky hands onto the wall in front of Judy there. Just timed that turn a little bit better. Judy just continuing to pull away in this breaststroke leg. Very close between the girls in 5 and 6 still, Jessica Whiting and Chloe Reeder. Chloe just starting to make a little bit of ground up as we turn into the freestyle leg. Kira Shaw also had a nice breaststroke there coming out of lane 3. We'll just see these leaders cruising home in that last 25. When we put them all together in a final, that is not going to be the same story whatsoever. Judy there, 222.06. Jessica Whiting snags second, 227.31, just ahead of Chloe, 228.06. That is the results of heat 2. 2 down. We've got 2 more heats to go of these girls 16-year-olds 200 IM. As we come down to finish the butterfly leg, Sione Kinzet leading us out in heat 3, 31.72. Matilda Barber over in lane 8 from Yarra Plenty Waves went around in second. Not a lot between her and third there, Sarah Provoli of Geelong. Sione just pushing further into that lead in this backstroke. Keep an eye on Rani Matheson in 5. Nice breaststroker. She'll be looking to shift gears in this 50 metre, see if she can make up a bit of ground on Sione. And she's doing exactly that. She's not quite going to get there though. Sione will still turn in first. 50 metres left to swim. Rani in second. Third, Sarah. They are 1, 2, and 3. Don't think any of these other girls are going to catch up to those leaders. Can anyone make up and move into a higher place? I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to catch Sione here. She comes off that turn. She's got over a body length lead with just 10 metres left to swim. Last breath, head down onto the wall, 225.96. Rani in second there, 229.74. And Sarah in third, 230.69. Fourth and final heat of the girls' 16-year-olds 200-metre individual medley is in the water now. Bridie Walsh leading us around at the 25, not far behind Sophie Gilbert from Geelong Sharks Swimming Club. And Sophie just shifting it up in this second 25. She times this finish, she'll turn in first, 32.44, just ahead of Bridie Walsh. And Sophie Griggs in 5, touches in third there. So absolutely taking off in this breaststroke leg. Sophie Gilbert pushes her way out in front substantially. She had a 2-second lead at the conclusion of the backstroke, but this is looking like it's going to be about 5 seconds by the end of this leg. And she turns into the freestyle here. Bridie Walsh still sitting in second. Those other girls have made up a lot of ground there. In the third, it's Gemma Bond. Not a lot between her and Sophie Griggs and Scarlett McLennan. So it's a race to finish for the back half of this race, but looks like Sophie Gilbert's going to take the win from Heat 4. So Sophie Gilbert, 236.93. Bridie Walsh in second, 242.48. And Sophie Griggs finishes in third, 243.71. Time to amp it up a little bit in here this morning. Event 34 now behind the blocks. This is the girls' 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Sienna Tui swimming out of lane 4, fastest qualifier, 25.98 her entry time. We'll see our fastest qualified Victorian athlete coming up in Heat 2. That is Rihanna Chen. She had a great state open short course championships, taking out the win in the 50 fly. Not bad for a 15-year-old, but off the blocks and up and racing fast was Liliana Jones in lane 5. Looked to me like she got her feet onto the wall first there on the turn. She's come out the better of the two of them. Can Sienna Tui reel her back in with 10 metres left to swim? Doesn't look like it. It's going to time that finish onto the wall Oh, 1/100th of a second in it. Sienna Tui, 26.23. Liliana Jones, 26.24. And then Celeste Cheng in third, 27.37. And there it is, that beautiful start and underwater by Rihanna Chen. Great butterfly, so we know those dolphin kicks are going to be the quickest part of the race for her. Choosing to stay under a little bit longer than most of the other girls. She comes off that turn beautifully. Yuxi Liu looks like she's in second. Claire Matheson not far behind in third. That's the way it'll be on to touch. 27.04 for Rihanna, Yuxi 27.17, and Claire 27.40. So heat 3 now coming into touch. Arabella Tomlinson, she's done it from start to end. 26.50 for her. Lily Kosh, 26.87. And Aaliyah Wong in a third, 27.04. Throw a blanket over this field. Looks like Jamie Fitzgerald in lane 8 was out fast. As on the other side of the pool, Claudia Croato from South Gibby Bass in lane 3. We saw her sister race just moments ago. And she's going to get the touch onto the wall there. 28.69 to take out heat 4. Eve Pahos in lane 5 takes silver, or second I should say, 28.87. And then Ava Dennis over in 1 hits the wall in third from heat 4. And the fast starts from the outside lanes continue. Emmy McCowan there in lane 9 was up and firing. It's a quick reaction off the blocks as well. Here come those middle lanes now. Isabel Kilborn pushing through, as is Al Cofield in lane 4. But throw a blanket across these girls. Might be 4 here. It is Al, 29.37. Emmy holds on for second, 29.45. And then Isabel in third, 29.63. The 6th and final heat in the water now. Holly Hembrow in 5, smashing through that first 25, just continuing to take over this event. No one is getting anywhere near Holly. She'll touch the wall, 28.67, almost a whole second in front of Julia Wozniak over in lane 0. Takes second, 29.56. And Ella Irvine finishes in third, 29.72. New event, new stroke. This is event 36. The girls' 14-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. We have just 4 heats in this event this morning. And we are smashing through our program today. It's our visitor from the Northern Territory, Macy Sheridan, in 4. She'll lead us around at the halfway mark, 29.50. Mia Bates turned in second there. Almost neck and neck here, Ali Yap and Zali Snyders from lanes 2 and 6 as the girls turn for their final 25 in the 100 butterfly. Macy Sheridan pulling away here on this last lap. She comes down under the flags. She's going to take out heat 1 in a time of 103.14. Second will go Mia Bates and third to Zali. Nice start in lane 4 from Zara Jeffrey of Melbourne Swimming Club. Alongside her, Mia Mifsud. Really good and strong back-end swimmer, Mia. So I'd be keeping an eye out for her in the second 50. Coming through nicely now is Karma Farmi in lane 3. So those middle lanes are going to take it out at the first 50-metre mark. Zara turns in a 30.40. Karma 30.94. Zara still looking very strong here. Just 20 metres left to swim. It was a really nice underwater from her. She pulled away from the other girls off that butterfly kick. And she's just coming down under the flags now. Entry time 104.18, does 104.18. So talk about consistency. That's an awesome swim from her. Mia Mifsud in second, 106.71. And Jemima Hale finishes in third there, 108.06. A great last lap from her. In the water now, heat 3. It's a race from our athletes who have all travelled a long way to be here. We've got Northern Territory, Quinina and Mildura all in the one race. As the girls go out, it's Lucia Anderson in 4, who's leading us through. Caitlin Ord not far behind her in 5. And then Hannah Buchanan sitting in third from lane 3. As the girls come down this third 25. Field's starting to spread out a little bit, but still is Lucia Anderson in 4. She is dominating down this fourth 25. Nothing is slowing her down as we come down to touch. It's going to be a quick swim, 1:04.01. It's a nice little personal best for her. Bit of a smile on her face. Very happy about that one. Hannah Buchanan finishes in second, 1:06.24, and Caitlin Ord in third, 1:06.81. Fourth and final heat in the water now. Just the three athletes in this one: Zoe Behrens, Thalia Shepherd, and Sienna Hunt. And all these girls very, very close together. Entry times all sitting at that 1:13.7 or 8 mark. They've gone out swiftly. Thalia in first, 32.99. Girls with 1 lap left to swim. Sienna Hunt was looking really good on that third 25. Probably seems to have a little bit more legs or a little bit more gas left in the tank than the other girls as they come down under the flags. Timing that finish, though, ever so important. It will be Sienna Hunt, 1:11.39. Thalia in second, 1:11.93. And Zoe in third, 1:12.53. And all those girls should be stoked with those times as they are all personal bests based off their entry time. Which moves us along. Event 38 behind the blocks now. This is the girls' 13-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. A lot of these athletes swam the 400-metre first up this morning. Let's see how they go. Always nice being able to do half the distance of your first race, not double. We saw Kira Jeffs put it out super strong this morning, and that was her strength. Said, see you later, guys. Catch me if you can. Arabella Johnson in 5 next to her. A little bit of a different tactic from her. Tends to hold off a bit more in the first half, and we usually see her come through in that second 100. We'll see how it plays out. Got Imogen Murray swimming out of 3. She's going to turn in second. Azia Fong Sutton in lane 6, or ZZ, as her friends call her, has turned in third. Good to see some more representation from our country clubs. Not biased at all. So halfway through, 1:01.88, Kira Jeffs, leader. Second, Imogen Murray, 1:03.12. Azia Fong Sutton, third, 1:04.62. That's the pace. Here comes Arabella, though. She's just starting to claw her way back in. She loves a little bit of back-end specialty. That last lap speed, definitely going to see that from her. Kira looking very strong, though. I don't know if anyone's going to catch her today. She's on fire at this comp. Just 50 metres left to swim. Lead remains the same. Kira, Imogen Murray sitting in second. Arabella Johnson has worked her way back up. She's not too far away from Imogen. They've just got the last 25 metres left to swim. She's looking towards her. I think she's going to have a bit of a crack. Don't quite know if there's going to be enough pull left to get in front, but it is going to be a nice time. 2:07.77 for Kira. 2:12.61 for Imogen, and 2:13.47 for Arabella there. right, leading us around at the 50-metre turn. Lucy Ma in lane 4, 30.11. Mary Steele sitting in second. Maisie Graves in third. 1, 2, 3, lanes 4, 5 and 6. 200 freestyle short course. One of the more difficult events to race almost. It's not a sprint entirely, but it's also not really a distance event. You kind of have to floor it early and hope for the best. Hope that training pays off. The two girls in the middle lanes here, both from St Leonard's, having a nice little battle. They'll know what each other is capable of from training up and down that black line side by side. Look at that turn, though, from Lucy. She just took off on that lap there. With 50 metres left to swim, she's now increased that gap to almost a body length ahead of Mary Steele. Elsa Wang starting to shift herself up into the competition. She's come up alongside Maisie Graves. Whether she can finish off this last 50 as strong, we will see. But Lucy Ma, beautiful high elbow recovery there. A little bit catch-up freestyle, so sometimes in those longer races we see that creep in. 207.85 for her, 209.83 for Mary, and then third's going to go to Elsa Wang, 215.96, so she hangs on. Heat 3 in the water now. Madeline Harvey off to a good start, as was Octavia Marnie in lane 4, another one of those St Leonard's girls. Nice little bunch of 13-year-olds, training partners. So our leaders remain the same, 75 metres in. Octavia just starting to creep back, close the gap on Madeline Harvey. You can just see that slight difference in technique. Two very differently built athletes. So got that longer, slower stroke there from Maddie. A little bit shorter, faster, higher stroke rate from Octavia. And there it is, the power of the third quarter. That third 50, we have a new leader by about half a body length. Octavia Marnie. Not too far behind, though, is Kazia Lockwood in 3. She's done a really great job to stick with these two lead girls. Can be that bit harder if you feel like you're almost stuck swimming by yourself. So if you can keep in contact or keep in eyesight of those leaders, it's always going to make the job a little bit simpler. If the girls come down, this final 5 metres left to swim, it will be Octavia 210.38, Madeline 211.71, and then Kazia 214.43. In the water now, we have heat 4 of event 38, the girls' 13-year-olds, 200-metre freestyle. There are 10 heats in this event. That means close to 100 athletes qualified in this 200-metre freestyle to race here this morning. Great swim so far by India in lane 4. She's got a nice lead on the other girls with just 50 metres left to swim. Yolanda Wu out in lane 8, still sitting in second place, and Eve Waddell in third. So still Matilda Young in the lead, 50 metres left to swim. We've had Emily Shen just move through a little bit in that last 50. She's pushed her way into second, just ahead of Macy Smither. So still those central lanes. Vivian Wong not too far behind either as the girls come down. 25 metres left to swim. Forgot we're in a 25-metre pool for a moment. And onto the wall here. It's good time, 2:23.40 for Matilda. It's a massive drop. Second, Macy, 2:25.32. And Emily in third, 2:25.68. Two heats left of the girls' 13-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. This is heat 9 in the water. Alexis Van Diemen in 4, fired off that start. Moving up into that lead group, Emily Reardon in lane 8 from Melbourne Swimming Club. A few of these girls starting to close the gap that Alexis set in that first 25, being so quick off the start. Halfway through, and it will be Emily Feet on the wall there, 110.93. Annabelle Gurvich in second, 111.05. And then Lucy Sadler turned in third, 111.2. But there's not a lot separating this field at all. The slowest time onto the wall at halfway, just 1 second back. So anything can happen in this third 50. The girls have 75 metres left to swim. And here we go, about to turn for home, 25 metres left. Annabelle Gurvich still out in front. Lucy Sadler, she shifted gears on that lap. Ayla Kuchnik also coming through really well there. It's going to be between those two, I think, for second here. Bessie Pringle finishing strong as well, but it will be Annabelle Gurvich, 227.35. Ayla, second, 228.02. And then I have a feeling a touchpad didn't go off there. So looked to me like it was lane 2. Lucy Sadler, who finished in third. So we'll just wait for those Hawkeye times to come up there. That backup timing system. Alrighty, heat 10 on the blocks, ready to go. Just the 3 athletes in this heat: Madison Pocklington, Letitia Janasa, and Nicole Lee. Nicole Lee leading us through at 50 metres, 32.42. All these girls sitting around that 2:32 mark on their entry times. And Nicole maintains her lead at the 100-metre mark. She's got 3 seconds on the other girl. She set herself up nicely here. 108.56, her going out time. Trying to back it up in this second 100. Letitia sitting in second. Only 4 100 separated her and Madison as the girls come through this third 50. Now, based off that last 50-metre split, it looks like Nicole Lee is going to do a nice drop in time here. If she can maintain this pace, it's going to be a great swim from her. Should be somewhere around that 220 mark. Just over 222.13. So that's still a 10-second personal best. I would take that. Well done, Nicole. Second, Letitia Janasa. And in third, it will be Madison Pocklington to wrap up the 13-year-old girls 200-metre freestyle. Our next event on the program, we continue with those 200s. It's event 40, the 12-year-old girls 200-metre freestyle. Just 6 heats of girls in this event. Behind the blocks, heat 1. And our fastest qualifier in lane 4 here, Jemana Farmi, entry time of 2:15. She is absolutely smashing this. She's gone out in a 29.3. The next girl's closest to her on 31s and 32s. Such smooth, beautiful looking freestyle. We'll look for that easy speed early on in the 200. You want it to be as relaxed as possible while still going very, very fast. And that's exactly what Jemana's doing here. Sitting in second, Amelia Broughton in lane 5. From Western Aquatic Academy swimming. Her teammate beside her. And on the other side of the pool, Zoe McCauley. She's had a great morning so far as well. So a lot of these girls just going to be backing up over and over. And not only will we see them in our heats in the morning session, but we'll also see them returning this afternoon where those medals are up for grabs in these events. So Jemana there coming into touch, 2:11.16. That is a speedy heat swim this morning. Onto the wall second there, Amelia, 2:17.59, and Zoe touches in third, 2:19.71. Girls giving each other a cute little high five. Love the friendships that we make through swimming. Girls underway now for heat 2. 12-year-olds 200-meter freestyle. Nice underwater there from Alice Mike in lane 7. Really stayed under and utilised those dolphin kicks. Swimming out of the middle lanes, Abby Mesher, Lucy Dolan. I saw Lucy do some good swims earlier as well. If we tend to see athletes race well in one event, that usually continues throughout the meet. It means they're fresh, they've had a nice taper, and they're just swimming fast overall. Meter mark, Lucy Dolan 105.98, Abby Mesher 106.32, Alice Mike in third. Not far behind is Scarlett Siddles over on the other side of the pool. So they are our leaders. Let's see what occurs in the next 4 laps of racing. And down to touch, Lucy Dolan, 214.41. Abby in second, 215.95. And it looks like Ella's going to hold on for third, 226.15. All right, let's move on to heat 3 now. Quick start. Aria went in lane 3. Out quickly as well was lane 9, Kimberly Chen, as they come into turn at the first 25. And 50 metres in, Astrid Buchanan, she takes over that lead, 31.1 feet onto the wall. It was a quick turn from her. It's close for those middle 3 lanes, going with them as well. Still Kimberly out in lane 9. Starting to make a little bit of a move here. Amy Bai in at lane 5 from Melbourne Swimming Club. She's not too far behind Astrid Buchanan here at the 100 metre mark. So 106.56 the turn time for Astrid. And that gap has been narrowed even further. So there's only 0.4 between the 2 lead girls. 144.16, 144.57, Astrid, Amy. And then in third, Aria. As they come down now, 25 metres left to swim. Was a good turn from the girls in 3 and 4. Astrid pulled herself out about half a body length ahead. Amy doing everything that she can to try and fight back down this final lap. 5 metres left to swim. It is going to be Astrid Buchanan. 2:19.06. Amy Bai in second. 2:19.64. And then Aria went in third. All right, so we're just waiting for the other pool to start their race, and then we'll get heat 4 underway. Always that little bit of confusion there when you hear the other whistle. Customers trained to react to those sounds. Whistle, obviously, climb onto the blocks, get yourselves ready, take your marks, and then that beeper.
Infraction report for event 47, heat 2, lane 3. Executed an alternating movement of the feet during the race. That was event 47, heat 2, lane 3.
Maya Zhang over in 2, leading us around 32.10. Naomi Dharma one starting to push through a little bit further up here. She's shifted herself into the lead at the 100 metre mark, just ahead of Maya Zhang. In third, it's Joella Sophia Cruz. Under 50 metres left. Our lead group stays the same. Naomi out in front, Maya second, Joella third. Ariel Cole starting to catch up a little bit here. Just 25 metres left for these girls. And onto that touch, 225.37 for Naomi in a 8.5 of 6 in the water now. Good start, lane 0, Adel and Son. Rina Liu in 4, just moving herself up into the lead here. Dorothea Desney in 9. So it's the 2 outside lanes and the middle lane at this stage, 75 metres in. The ones to watch, see if they can hold on through the second half. Rina just moving her way ever so slightly ahead on each lap. Not a lot between those first two, just 4/100ths of a second. Claire Baker has pushed herself into third here. The swimmer from Ballarat GCO coming up alongside Rina in lane 4. We've got the signage out from Team Nana saying it is hammer time. So Rina, let's go, girl. Bring it home. Final 50. She's in first. Dorothea still sitting in second. Claire Baker in third. Been a great swim from lane 9 here. Let's hope she can hold on down this final 25. If she does, it is going to be a good time improvement. A nice personal best as the girls come down. 10 metres left to swim for our leaders. It will be Rina Liu in 4 who takes out heat 5 and the time 2:29.22. Claire Baker in second, 2:29.88, and Dorothea Desney in third, 2:31.12. So our sixth and final heat in the pool now, and racing out quick from lane 1, Tia Iliopoulos. She set out the pace in the first 50. She's still in the lead as we come down into this 100-metre turn. Sadie Barcock in 9. Might have just overtaken her in that last 10 metres there. She does 1:12.77, the feet on the wall time. Grace Cofield in 3, starting to make a little bit of ground here as well as our 2 centre lanes, Neve Harrison and Eve Dunstan. So that pace continues for Grace. She's pushed herself up into second here. Sadie Barcock still continuing in the lead, absolutely smashing down this final 10 metres left to swim. Over on the other side, Olivia Schaefer in lane 0. She had a great third 50 as well to move herself up into third. So Sadie 2:30.12 in second, Grace 2:32.62, and then Olivia 2:34.86 in third. So we are back onto our speedy races again. It is the women's 17-18 years 50-metre freestyle. There are 5 heats in this event. In the water, heat 1, Alana Torrance in lane 4, fastest qualifier, and this is why. Look at the power down that second 25. Super strong stroke rate, nice still head onto the wall, 26.18. Mia Year in second, 26.85, and Skylar Hay finishes third there, 27.11 to wrap up heat 1. We'll move right along now to heat 2. These races done and dusted in less than 30 seconds. Don't blink or you will miss it. Jess Wilson looking good in lane 5 early on. Romy Hurd, the fastest entry time in this heat. She's trying to claw her way back. Also a good swim from Dakota Mothers out in lane 8. Just finishing in 4th there. So Jess Wilson, 26.48. Romy Hurd, 26.67. And Tani Cronin, 27.24. Often racing now for heat 3. Up quickly was lane 6, Greta Seville. Tara Siddell stayed under a fair bit longer, but leading us around at the halfway mark was Holly Winkles in lane 4. There's a good underwater off that turn from Emma Gregory in lane 3. Not a lot between them. Looks like it might be Holly, Emma, and then Greta. Not sure what has gone on with the board there, but Holly did swim. So I think that will be correct in the placings. Emma Gregory will be second with a 27.04, and Greta will be third with a 27.28, just in front of Courtney Mudge. Isabella French in 8 got up and racing very quickly. And on the far side of the pool, lane 2, Hannah Petrides also off to a swift first 25. Those centre lanes starting to make a bit of a move now, but it looks to be lane 2 who might get this. She does. 28.72, Isabella French in second, 28.83, and Marley Adlam in third. And behind the blocks now, our fifth and final heat. Fifth and final heat of the girls 17, 18 years, 50-metre freestyle. Oh, absolutely nothing in this. Lane 1, Julia Podolsky is our leader at the turn, but coming through very well here on that second 25. Looks to be Hannah Kuklimi. So Julia 29.09, Hannah 29.14, and Sky Waddell 29.53. And a little bit of a change of pace now as we move on to event 44. This is the girls' 16-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke. So 8 laps of breaststroke in the 200. Seven turns, including the start. That's 8 opportunities for split strokes and underwaters. Tend to make a big difference in these 200-metre races. It becomes quite a hypoxic-related event. You have to be able to hold your breath for all of those underwaters and then continue into the swim. Taking us out fast in a 38.06 was India Peleg in lane 6, the swimmer from MLC Aquatic. Strategy for 200 breaststroke, usually a comfortable first 50 and the next 3 you're looking to try and split the exact same time. To do that, you're going to have to put in a little bit more energy on each one of them as you start to fatigue. So it should feel like you're increasing in speed or building through. Quite often we do a lot of build work with our athletes for these 200-metre events. A lot of pace work, holding times and repeats on short rests over and over and over. So these girls will know exactly what it feels like under fatigue to hit that time every time. Just 50 metres left to swim. And it's a race of 3. These girls all side by side. Rose Vaughan, Rani Matheson and India Peleg. As we come into the turn there. Rose just in front still. Got a great underwater then as well. Rani just picking up the pace here. Looks like she wants to get her hands on first at the end of this 200. Don't think she's going to do enough to get there. Timing onto the finish. Heat 2 in the water now for the women's 200-metre breaststroke for 16-year-olds. Taking us out in the first 50 is Amelia Otto swimming out of lane 4 from Caulfield. In second on the turn, Phoebe Perini, one of our visitors from Dapto Swim Club. And then it's our other visitor over in lane 2 who turned in third, Chloe Reeder from the Northern Territory. That first 50 more about setting up the swim. There's no medals awarded for winning the first part. So our two leaders, Amelia and Phoebe, still pretty much side by side as we come up to the 150-metre turn. Amelia just starting to try and pull away here. Phoebe not letting it happen that easily. Dapto Swim Club in New South Wales. So Amelia a little bit better off those turns on the underwater, but Phoebe just reins her back in on each lap. In third, moved her way up throughout that last 50, Lucinda Draper from PLC. As the girls come down now for their final 25, Amelia Otto continues her lead. She's pulling away as she comes down under the flag. She's going to take out heat 2. Time on the wall, 2:42.39. Phoebe Perini, 2:43.35. And then Lucinda Draper, 2:48 flat. This is our third and final heat of the 200-metre breaststroke for the 16-year-old girls. Leading us around, Salia White in at lane 4, 35.83. Hands on the wall for that turn. Eliza Connolly sitting in second, 37.55. And Ali Morgan in third from lane 7, 37.96. Salia goes around at the 100-metre turn, 1:16.74. She's got a nice lead on the other girls. Eliza Connolly still sitting in second there, 1:19.67. Tanami Murdoch starting to make a little bit of a move through the field now. She's swimming out of lane 5. Keep an eye on her. You can just see she's picked up that rating a bit through this third 50. Let's see what the girls have left as Salia turns for that final leg, that final 50 metres of breaststroke. By this point, those legs are probably burning a little bit. You often can feel it in the shins fairly heavily by this stage of the race.
Chill there, beautiful.
And onto the wall there, Salia 2:42.01. She takes out heat 3. In second place, Eliza Connolly holds on, 2:48.81. And Ali Morgan, great last 50 from her, came back into the race there, 2:49.20 to take third. And that wraps up our 200-metre breaststroke for the 16-year-olds. And we'll look to event 46. This is the girls' 15-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. We should see some fast swims here today. A couple of girls in this event sitting around that 1:00 mark. I wouldn't be surprised to come back later on this evening and see a couple of 59s on the board. That would be very exciting. Just the 4 laps. It's a sprint event, the 100 butterfly. We're looking for that speed and power, a lot of strength involved in butterfly swimming. Off the blocks well, as always, Rihanna Chen. Always such good underwater skills. And she'll turn in a 29.73. Misha Nicholson turns in second, 30.93. And Zoe Schneider in third, 31.48. But Rihanna just pulling away down that third 25. Such a beautiful butterfly, nice and easy to watch. It's just so smooth coming across the top on the recovery. On to that finish, 1:01.97. It's a nice heat swim. Bit of a nod from her. She looks very chill. Oh, that was so entertaining. Alrighty, well done. Misha Nicholson touches in second, 1:07.16, and Zoe Schneider in third, 1:08.44. So Rihanna, 1:01.97. That's the pace we're looking at coming into our finals this evening. Heat 2 in the water here. Lily Kosh, the other of our entrants, sitting around that 1:00 time. Same thing across the board. These girls really good on the skills. Just holding through those underwaters. So Koshi 29.56, Ava Candy in second on the 50-metre turn, 30.67. Still there at 75, not far behind Madison Brand. Maddie turned to 31.19, and she is still sitting in third. So they are our top three in Heat 2. As we come down to touch, it will be Koshi who gets her hands on the wall first. A little bit slower than Rihanna, not much, 102.13. Ava Candy 105.51 and Maddie Brand 107.27. And we move along to Heat 3 of 4. I'm enjoying Jessie Simon's fashion choice here, the hot pink one-piece, not opting for a race suit. That's some good confidence. Particularly if you do have a lot of races, those suits, they're pretty demanding on the shoulders. So occasionally it is nice to just race in something a little bit more comfortable. Good start in lane 3 by Grace Cox. Very even across the centre though at the 25. We'll start to see a little bit of a shift through this next 2 laps, the middle portion of the 100 butterfly. So Chloe Burke shifts her way up into first on lap 3. Jessie Steinman looks like she's moved into second. Grace Cox is sitting in third now as they come into the final 25. And it was a good turn and good underwater from Jessie. Just popped herself up ahead of Chloe ever so slightly, battling it down this last 5 metres. Looks like Chloe might time the finish a little better. She does, 105.44. Jessie 105.62 and Grace 107.01. And that wraps up Heat 3. We just have the final Heat 4 left. And only the 3 swimmers in this one. So Luca, Emma and Ashby.
You got an hour, 2 hours?
At the 50-metre wall, Luca Asenzo takes us out, 34.11. Not a lot between the girls, only about a second separating them. Their entry times all 1:13, so they'll be looking to try and go under those this afternoon. As we've just clocked over 1 o'clock here. And gosh, this is becoming quite a tight finish. Ashveen and Emma starting to make their way back into the race with just 5 metres left to swim. If I had to call it, it looks like it's going to be, I couldn't even, 113.81, 113.84 and 113.85. Absolutely nothing separated those girls, but Emma Pankhurst in lane 4, she gets her hands on, or her nails on, I should say. Just 2 100ths of a second ahead, 3 100ths of a second, absolutely nothing in it. Great work, girls. Back to our 50-metre sprints. This is event 48. We have 9 heats, of the girls' 14-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Macy Sheridan swimming out of lane 4 from the Northern Territory. Our fastest qualifier in this event at a time of 26.45, and she is up and racing swiftly there. Look at that nice still head position. Those arms are rotating around, super quick, high stroke rates in a 50. Grab and go, grip, don't slip. All those little sayings we give to our athletes, and she's going to take out this first heat. It's going to be a quick swim, 26.00 from Macy. Caitlin Ord finishes second, 27.49, and Jamie DiBazzati in third, 27.54. Girls in heat 2 up and racing. Once again, those centre lanes just getting away on the underwater. Zara Jeffrey, and there it is, that turn. She gained half a body length just off the wall by maintaining those speedy underwater kicks, and she's coming down under the flags here. Barely takes a breath, 26.92. Waylon Trong in second, 27.76. And Lucia Anderson in third, 27.94. Keep in mind, these girls are just 14 years old, and we're seeing some 26s on the board this for the heat session. Looking forward to seeing what these girls can do when we come back this afternoon. Really close there, Mia Bates, Vera Zheng look to be our leaders at the 25. Mia probably the better of the underwaters off the wall, but Vera coming through nicely in this second lap, as is Joanne Liu. Who can get their hand on first? It will be Mia Bates, 27.82. Vera in second, 27.98, and Joanne third, 28.00. Off to a quick start from Ava Bloomfield in lane 8 here. Nice underwater there from Sorella Bedra in 5. Bring herself back into the field. But Emily McMillan, she's going to finish off super strong, as is Karina Trabucco from the other side of the pool. So those outsiders with some awesome times there. 28.79 for Karina. Emily 28.99, and Ava finishes up in the third from that lane 8 spot. What a fiery swim here from lane 6, Hannah Buchanan. She was out so strong. She's going to touch there, 28.64. It's about a second off her personal best in a 50. That's an impressive time. Garan Huang in second, 29.10, and Ariana Buta in the third, 29.47. So we're just having a little bit of maintenance issue with the pool, making sure that it's safe for all our swimmers. And it looks like we are good to go here for heat 6 out of our 9 heats of 14-year-old girls, 50-metre freestyle. Ala Yap in lane 4, up and racing quickly, as was lane 7, Meg McKerney. As we come down this second 25, still Ala out in front. Some attacking speedy swims over in lane 1 and 0. So Ali Yap, 29.16, then Mia Roberts in 1, 29.23, followed by Aaliyah Parsons, 29.42. Girls in heat 7, once again those outside lanes here. Lane 0, Catherine Andres, and lane 7 and 8, Cara Lander, Laura Zhang. Got some nice red caps coming into the wall first here. Will be Cara Lander of Bayside, 29.79. Amelia Kelly in second, 30.13. Just got her hand on the wall so well there. Second last heat of 50 freestyle underway here now. Ingrid Brettig in those beautiful pink bathers over in lane 3. Smashed out first 25. Some good turns, underwaters. Tessa Newstead came up really well off the wall. But it looks like Ingrid has done enough. 30.05. She'll take out heat 8. Sienna Hunt, 30.25. And then Tessa Newstead in third. And our 9th and final heat of girls, 14-year-olds 50 freestyle, just the 3 athletes in this event. Ava Thickens, Sophia Griffiths and Pippa Barr. All trying to break that 30 point. It's one of those nice moments in swimming when you can go under a time like 30 seconds. Ava Thickens doing everything she can here to try and get that. It's going to be close. 29.49, beautiful work. She'll take out heat 9. Oh, Sophia, 30.02, almost had it. And then Pippa in third. We're getting up to the pointy end of things now, with just 4 events left on our program for the heat session. This is event 50, the 100-metre butterfly for 13-year-old girls. We have 3 heats in this event. Definitely a few repeat offenders in this race. A lot of names we've called multiple times in the heats this morning. Leading us through fastest entry time, Madeline Harvey of Cheltenham Swim Club in lane 4. She's had a couple of events on her program today. They're starting to stack up. Let's see what she's got left in the tank here. Yarolan Wang in 5 from Ivanhoe Swim. She's currently sitting in 2nd, and Zara Gamboa in lane 6 from Propulsion in 3rd. As the girls come down with just 25 metres left to swim of this 100. Maddie just pulling away here, staying up nice and high in the water. All the girls trying to catch, and she'll get to the wall. 106.25. It's a big personal best for her. Yarolan super strong in that last 10 metres, 107.50, and then Zara 109.07. So it's Mary Steele out quickly for Heat 2. Not far behind. Octavia Marnie actually got the better of the underwaters off that turn. So went in behind, came out in front. Chloe Swarek in 6. Also having a good swim from Terralgan here. She'll turn in 3rd. Lexan Zhao trying to make a little bit of ground up in that 3rd 25, as was Millie Charlton. She's pushed her way through from 6th to about 4th, just on that one lap, but our leader still Octavia Marnie. 2nd, still Mary Steele, and it's going to be close for 3rd between Millie and Chloe, and Millie gets there. So Octavia 108.77, Mary Steele 109.48, Millie Charlton 110.30. This is now event 52. We only have 2 heats in this race. The girls' 12-year-olds 100-metre butterfly, and honestly, I'm impressed that there's even 2 heats. 100 fly is not an easy event whatsoever, particularly if you are only 12 years old. A couple of girls missing from this heat. as we come down to the 50-metre turn. Looks like Abby Mesher will lead us around 32.23. Kimberly Chen follows her into the wall, 33.42. And making a little bit of a move here, Zahan Jin in lane 6. She's being really solid on this third 25. Very important. If you can still feel good at this point in the race, you should have a little bit left in the tank for that last lap. So Abby Mesher there, good underwater. She's come off well. Zahan Jin moves herself into second, just in that 25, and she's actually closing the gap, so she can find a little bit of improvement on those walls. She's looking for tonight. 109.83 for Abby, 111.12 for Zahan, and then Kimberly finishes in third. That touchpad hasn't gone off, but I'm pretty sure, based on watching, that she will have the third fastest time from Heat 1 as we move on now to Heat 2. Second and final heat of the girls' 12-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. Once again, some familiar faces, I should say. It's getting to that point in the day where everything starts blurring together a little bit. Lucky we have some very fast swimming still happening to keep us all awake here. It's a big day for these athletes, you know, racing starting at 8:30 this morning. A lot of these girls would have been in that first event, the 400-metre freestyle. Then we go through, if you race at 8:30, generally you've got to arrive around 7 a.m., warm up at 7:30. So it's a massive, massive day. Then you get a little break and we've got to come back again tonight and try and turn up the volume and absolutely smash it out. So Jemana Fahmy and Amelia Luo battling it out down this final 25 here. Amelia looks to be in front as they come down onto the wall. She's going to get the touch there, 108.15. She's had a fantastic day. Some nice personal bests from her, as well as Jemana Fahmy, 108.82, and then Fiona Luong in third, 111.72. In the water now, we have event 54. This is the mixed 12 to 18-year-olds 50-metre freestyle for multi-class. We have 3 heats, and it is James Logan in heat 1. It's going to take us out in a 27.82. 27.82 for James. Lockie Valiant into the wall second, 29.76. And then Cooper Harrington will finish third there, 32.20. Excuse me. We know that it's not always the fastest person onto the wall for these multi-class events. Those times are compared to the world record for that classification. So multiple classifications competing against one another, and that's how we determine the winner. It's whoever gets the highest point score, which is decided, or not decided, but based off who is closest to the world record for that particular classification. Behind the blocks now, heat 2 of 3.
Please have our weapon counters for Brisbane Pool the 800 metre to start making your way down to the pool deck there. That's our lap counters for the 800 freestyle in Brisbane Pool. Thank you.
All right, smashing his way down that second 25 is Sean Dutch of Northern Territory. His entry time is a 28.67. And his time hasn't come up on the board, but I think it was somewhere around there. So it's a good swim from him. Alison Feely in second, 31.83. And then Grace Ryder touches in a 33.09. Heat 3 in the water now. I was just sitting down having a great conversation with Riley Blitz swimming out of lane 4. He's one of our S19 swimmers. Now, S19 is one of our newer categories or classifications for multi-class, and they've still been creating their records. They don't currently have world records yet, so they use the able-bodied world records, but they do now have Australian records for age group in S19. And just today, Riley has broken a few of those as well. So that's pretty exciting stuff that we have some Australian record holders in our racing across the weekend. So he's going to touch in a 26.48 there. A little bit over his personal best, but not too far. 50s are so hit and miss like that sometimes. As Gemma Cook comes down to the wall there. And that wraps up event 54, the mixed 12 to 18-year-olds 50-metre freestyle for multi-class. We now have a swim-off. This is the one I said earlier. I had a feeling they might have ended up equal. So it is a 100 breaststroke swim-off. Very, very exciting stuff for the girls. So both these girls raced the 100 breaststroke earlier today. They got the exact same time down to the 100th of a second on the wall. And they are now battling it out for a spot and a finals swim in this event. In lane 4, we have Ivy Zhu of Melbourne Swimming Club. And lane 5, Ada Jinzin Swang of Surrey Park. It is super, super close here. 39.68, 39.97 were the times on the turn at the 50. There's not a lot more difference between them at the 75. It looks like Ivy is just in front. Ada working her way up alongside her. It's all going to come down to timing of the touch. It looks like it's going to be Ivy. She has led from the 50-metre mark, and she is going to get it. 1:24.55. 1:25.02 for Ada. So awesome swims for the girls there.
Could we please have all of our lap counters down onto the deck, please? So all of our lap counters, each swimmer is required to have one lap counter. Thank you.
Alrighty, so in the water now in our Brisbane pool. This is event 55, heat 4. So our first 3 heats were swam or are being swum over in the Los Angeles pool. And these heats 4 and 5 of this event are being raced in our Brisbane pool. So mixed between males and females within the race, and mixed age groups as well, 15 to 18-year-olds. The 800 freestyle short course, 32 laps, 31 tumble turns. It's a lot of flips. And you will see our beautiful volunteers. Each athlete must provide their own lap counter in these races. So those lap counters, they'll count down with how many laps the swimmers have left when they are turning onto that wall. We also have our beautiful officials who will be ringing those bells when they have 50 metres left to swim. And oh, the sweet sound that is in an 800. Like most of our races at the pool here, we break it down into quarters. So the 800 becomes kind of like 4 200s. The first one, all about setting yourself up for a solid swim. You want to get out strong, but obviously not over fatigue too early on. So that first one is what we call easy speed. We're very original at naming things. The second 200, for myself personally and as a coach, I look for the athletes to be really focusing on keeping their rating the same and their stroke count the same. So trying not to let those arms slow down too much, or actually sometimes you can see them speed up too much because they're slipping on the water. So maintaining that strong stroke rate and making sure those arms don't go to sleep. The third 200 is all about bringing those legs in past the halfway point. It's time to get a little bit of a wiggle on. So we want to see those legs start to come into play. You might pick them up from about a 2 or 3 beat kick to a 4 beat kick or so, even up to that 6 beat kick we're starting to see in our longer races. And then obviously that final 200, it's almost like 2 100s descend as we finish off super strong and try and come home as quick as we possibly can. So you have absolutely nothing left in the tank when you touch the wall. So at the moment, our swimmers 300 metres in. Leading us around is Maximilian Brocklesby. Lachlan Patton in lane 3, sitting in second behind him. There's not a lot of distance between those guys, and Kai Maloney in 5. If we come over to this side of the pool, we can see our female athletes. So in the lead from our females is Kira Carlin, swimming out of lane 6, followed by Chloe Burke and then Emily Doyle. So at the halfway point here, we can have a little look and get an idea of how quickly our athletes are going to be travelling, what time we can sort of expect from them at that 800 mark. We look at Max in lane 4. He's gone down to 4:33. So if he even splits this race, it's going to be around that 9:06 mark. Generally, we see a little bit of a drop-off in the second half. So potentially somewhere between 9:10 to 9:15 would be a really solid swim and super consistent. If his coaches know that he isn't quite as fit in that second half, they'll know to add on a little bit more. Some of the best distance swimming I've seen, athletes will actually even split perfectly between the first and the second 400, and others might even actually be a negative split. We don't really see that much in a sprint race because you're putting out so much effort in the first half. But in our distance races where we're looking to build and feel comfortable, we can come home actually faster than we've gone out, particularly if you're one of those more aerobic base athletes. I've always enjoyed these mixed races when the girls get the opportunity to challenge the boys. As a swimmer, I think there's definitely a little bit of ego comes into play. Those guys, they definitely don't want to be beaten by the girls, and those girls would love every opportunity possible to actually beat the boys. So just the last 200 metres left for Max here. 8 final laps to go. I have seen him have a little look at that lap counter on a few occasions, so might be just starting to hurt a little bit, although you can see that rating slightly lift. There's always a bit of excitement at the 600 metre point. That middle 400 is probably the most challenging. So once you've got through that, it's happy days. So there it is, the bells. 50 metres left to swim for Maximilian Brocklesby, for Kai Maloney and Lachlan Patton. The girls now closing up that gap. Chloe Burke has almost caught up to Kira Carlin. Those two both have 50 metres remaining as well, so very close between them, but Max has led from start to finish. We said somewhere between that 9:10 to 9:15 mark, and he has swam a little bit extra, so that time will be his time, 9:13.67. Kai Maloney did stop correctly, but has just had a little bit of a panic seeing that Max kept going. His time 9:22.23, and then Lachlan Patton 9:28.77. Kira Carlin holds on to that first place female in heat 4, 9:34.48, just ahead of Chloe Burke, 9:34.95. So there we have it, heat 4 done and dusted, and that brings us to our final event of the heats session. Final heat, heat 5 of our 800-metre freestyle. 5 swimmers in this event: Grace Richards, Kaylee Faulkner, Ava Dennis, Olivia Toe and Ada Ma. All those girls sitting just over that 10-minute entry time. And let's see what they can pull out to close our heat session of day 1 of the 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. Don't forget, after the conclusion of this race, have your little rest, restack your snacks, restock your snacks, I should say. I think I need a snack as well. And get yourselves strapped in and ready for our finals back on again this afternoon. So first quarter of the race completed, 200 metres in. Ada Ma in lane 6 led us through in a time of 2:20. She's sitting pretty comfortably in that lead ahead of Grace Richards on the other side of the pool. can be a little bit difficult to see across 4 lanes, 3 lanes in the middle there. A lot easier if you are swimming along like Olivia Toe and Ava Dennis here to be side by side. Alrighty, so heat 5 now. A lot of these swimmers starting to get the bell. Ada Ma, Grace Richards with 2 laps left. They've basically been our leaders from start to finish. Coming in third here, Olivia Toe just pulled away from Ava Dennis towards the back half of this 800. Those guys will get their final bell, and then Kaylee Faulkner on this turn, she'll also get that last bell, signalling 50 metres left to swim. Grace just absolutely smashing down the pool, and Ada saw her coming and has just picked up that pace into touch. 9:43.62. Grace Richards 9:45.33. So some really good drops in time from those girls. Olivia Toe 9:57. She's gone under that 10-minute as well. So has Ava Dennis. So really great results from these guys to close out our Brisbane pool for for session 1 of our 2024 Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. I'm Kalia Marsh. Thank you so much for having me this morning, and I look forward to being back on commentary later in the weekend. Enjoy tonight's finals.
We appreciate you very much. All right, David, is there anything you want me to do up here? Copy. Copy. All right.